And we are supposedly live. How's everyone doing today? I should edit this stream description real quick. We're just gonna have to find the page by hand. Okay, description edited. Yeah, okay. So, this is day 20. It's crazy I've done this for 20 days already. This is day 20 of studying compilers every day until I land a compiler role. Hopefully today so I guess today we're gonna do the daily, and then hopefully we get to finish the rest of Kaleidoscope. That would be quite ideal, but if I can't, then like, it's whatever. And if I have extra time, I'll do a little bit of refactoring because I've kind of made a mess. So yeah, should be a good time. The daily should have refreshed by now. So let's give this a shot. Oh, is this Sudoku week? Is that the scenario here? Oh. Okay. It's guaranteed there's only one solution. Backtracking. Okay, I guess that makes enough sense. How do I even approach this? Is there a way to do this without making a billion copies? Let's see what the discussion is. Okay. That's such a mood. Okay. Well, I guess time to deal with this. Okay. How do I even approach this? Do I literally just brute force every possible value? Or... okay. I can't lie, I'm just gonna look at a solution. I don't particularly think this will be interesting for me to stumble through. What? Oh, okay. Sure, okay. Yeah, okay. I mean, sure. Alright. Okay. Alright, let's try implementing this. Yeah, let's make a DFS. How do we even recurse through this? Yeah, we're just gonna look at what this idea is. So the is valid is like fair enough. Oh, this is terrible. Wait, I hate this so much. Does leetcode have something? Hopefully leetcode. Ignore this low number here. Oh, he does not. Crazy, okay. I mean, surely there's no better way to do this. Actually, we should make this a function pointer, so we don't have to pass in board every time. So it's a lambda that takes row call. So we can make these shorter. Let's steal this, let's move it in here. So we should get is valid. We don't need to make this a lambda even. We can just pull this out. How's it going, Frothy? Haven't seen you around in a while. Oh, this is indented. So let's do is valid real quick. Yeah, that's so valid. Hey John, how's it going? I've been alright. Just a little bit of heading back to school. Not that much else interesting, at least. Okay. So if board, I guess let's set char. Board RC or IJ. Actually, this doesn't make sense. Are you about to finish the tutorial? Yeah, I have one more chapter. Actually, how is this supposed to work? How do I recurse through this meaningfully? Other than just doing gross backtracking things. This is gross. That's this. Ben, I thought of an idea for you. HashiCorp employs runtime engineers for Terraform and their other DSLs. Interesting. I might give that a look. Okay, so this should not be continue. This should be return. What are the plans after this? I'm not completely sure yet. I still have to think about that a little bit. But I imagine that's something I can figure out between today and tomorrow. Next row equals, so let's get next C first. Equals C+1 mod 9, I guess. You mentioned you have a compiler for your language, right? Is it using LLVM? It is not. It is just completely, I guess, completely insulated from any other dependencies other than, I guess, other than just like a parser generator. So I guess I could probably keep working on that, but I still want to think about a couple of things in terms of how I want to design it, at least. So it might be a second until I get to that, but we'll have to see, at least. This is R+1 else R. parser generator, have you used Yak? I have not used Yak. I'm using Pectool for it. There has to be a cleaner way to do this. So if it's not dot, then we want to solve board, and then we want next R, next C, else. How do I want to do this? And here we just stick a for loop in, I think. And then I could probably do some sort of like caching to reduce the size of this. Equals 1 else equal to 9 plus plus. It feels like you change room every stream. I mean, it's been 2 rooms. There's the one at home and then there's this one. So I mean. A little bit pressed for choice. Okay, how do we backtrack this? Let's make this a bool. Actually, we can make this 0 and this 9. We can do some math. So then board RC equals so let's take, which one's the smallest? I guess 0. I should just have this as my wallpaper. Yeah, 0. 0 is the smallest. So 0 plus I. Okay, solve. So if solve returns true, bad habits. So what else do we need here? We need to check that's valid. Would it be faster just to check valid once, even? No, it would not. Yeah, this would branch less. So, yeah, okay. So let's call it isValid first. So isValid board RC. And then this will short circuit. Let's just add braces because I know if I don't, I'm going to get bit. Let's make this return true. Real quick, let me just add the if r equals 9 or greater than 8, greater than equals 9. True. And then otherwise we can just, I'm gonna get rid of the braces. This can't go poorly. If none of these are valid, then actually we don't even need to reset this. Actually let's reset it down here. Yeah, that seems about right. We can even get rid of this else branch. This seems like it'd be good, so let's do that. Is today's chapter the tidbits one? No, it's still getting debug info. I started that yesterday, but then I got a little bit lost and I ran out of time, so I didn't end up finishing it. Okay, how do I validate this? We just need to validate the one that we added, because we're assuming the rest is good. So we want, let's also add, char here. I guess that's really cursed. No. Char new, I guess. No, new is a keyword. Char cur. We'll do that. See, and then let's pass in. Nah, we're just gonna read it. I don't want to pass things around. chart equals board at I of R. Okay, so we want board IR, or no, I not equals R, and board of I, C, let's do that. Let's actually just do this instead. Let's do C there, let's do R here, let's do I just tried to run clean format, that's really unlucky. Yeah, MD, that's tough, man. And then what else do we want to add here? Grid row equals, so we do R over 3, grid call equals C divided by 3. So then I equals grid R. Nice. We're just gonna do something really ugly here. Just do that, I guess. I don't know. We already have R. J, let's also do J here. Okay. So if I is not R and J is not R and board at IJ is the same as cur R. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, this is some really ugly code, but it's fine, I guess. Maybe if I just throw this into one line, it'll look better? No, no, it won't. And here we just call solve. So let's pass in board 0, 0. Alright, this is gonna error somewhere, I'm betting. Yeah. This should be a semicolon. Oh, that should be a semicolon. Yeah, while we wait for this. Any suggestions on being a better human? No. I don't have any suggestions. I'm not particularly great at that either. What? Wait, what? I'm wrong here. So we just backtracked all the way. That's not supposed to happen. Oh wait, some of these went wrong. Wait, what? How did this happen? C plus 1 mod 9. If it's 9, that should be 0. Oh, that's and. Whoops. It's still wrong. Or at least it's filled now. Okay, it's already messed up one of these grids, it looks like. I should have backtracked. Yeah, whoopsies. So something's wrong here. What if I just did this? Will that solve it? No, it won't. Oh wait, I'm reading this output wrong. 0624. That grid should be fine. So what's wrong here? Zero 2648. Oh, why am I adding zeros? Wait. Wait a second. Is that it? There we go, okay. So hopefully it's not too slow. It's quite slow. Let's see what this is. Oh, a digit. I see. Why is mine so slow? that seems fine. This is basically what I did. I guess maybe this check. Okay. Maybe if I restructure that. Yeah, that might. Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense then. Because then I think that saves some mess here. What did they do here? Oh, we can just iterate across that. We can skip the math. So we can do 1 to 9, literally. Let's see how much that saves to begin with. Is this still correct? No. It should be CH as well. Okay, that's wrong. Okay, so we just fully gave up. What's the difference? Oh, I see. We skipped 9. That's what the difference is. So let's see if this is faster. Okay, it's not. Maybe it's the way I handled this even. I guess I only check cur once, so I can cut some lines at least. I don't think that makes a meaningful difference though. What if I do that? I imagine that doesn't. Surely that doesn't. Yeah, okay. I'm like blindly swinging at this. Maybe if I flip the order of this actually. I have a little bit extra time to burn, so I may as well try and make this somewhat fast. So let's invert this order as well. So then we have I not equals R. Let's put this on this line. What? Am I? Why is this here? Equals C. Yeah, that seems like it should work. Okay, well that's slower. Yeah, that doesn't seem very intended. Well, the idea is there. I'm not gonna dwell too much on this. Yeah. So that's the daily done. So now let's go to Kaleidoscope. We're gonna continue doing debug output stuff. Yeah, here we go. What is happening? Okay. Sure. Yeah, so let's get that out. This is the wrong one. Here we go. So we got through this section. We got through this pile. So we just need, I think we got through functions as well. So now we need to deal with source locations and adding variable information. And then we should be good to go. Also, everything like lives in this mega file still. So if I have time, I'll try to refactor it. If not, then well, whatever. It is what it is. I've done my best in trying to separate files. Okay. Actually, this shouldn't be that hard to separate. I'm gonna try it. So let's make a separate debug file. What stuff do we have to steal from here? To steal that. We also need to steal down to here. And then we should steal this. Steal that. I think that's about it. From this file at least. So we need to include memory. And then should be headers that we don't need anymore in here. I'll get rid of that. So is there the DI builder stuff? think we should just steal that from here instead. Yeah, let's do that. So that should be it for that. And then this file isn't yelling at me yet, so I guess that's fine. Sure. Let's do that, I guess. Oh yeah, this is a mess. Okay. Let me just try frantically to clean this up. Just an incy bit. This? We should move this out first, actually. So it's that, and then put that there. What other header was that missing? Debug info is not a thing. I guess we'll just peek at the headers in here as well. That does not help me one bit. What do we need to include here? This one? No. What else could this possibly live in? Context? No. STL extras? No. Okay, we're just gonna go the nuclear option here. Or maybe it's this one. Nope. This is a little bit painful to watch, please bear with me here. Well, that's really awkward. Oh wait, I need to import the header. I think that's it. That's that's kind of embarrassing. Include debug. There we go. Whoops. So we have debuilder, we have get double tie, and we need the two debug functions. So that would be in here. Where's module live? Probably here, if I had to guess. need to import the other thing. What? Okay. Sure. Okay, so that looks good then, in theory. Let me just fix this formatting. So let's make a macro, change this. Oh no, we can actually just, we don't need a macro for this. Change surrounding bracket with quotes. There we go. Yeah, that seems roughly about right. Something's still mad. We need to import. Let me just check all the headers. Sure. This looks fine. That I'm not gonna bother. This looks fine. Yeah, that's fair. I need to be pragma one scene. Forgot about that. If you're still here in the stream, make sure you give the stream a like and sub to the channel. It helps significantly with the algorithm, because it shows that it shows some semblance of user engagement. This looks fine. This looks fine. Yeah. This needs to be fixed. Yeah, I think that's everything refactored actually. So let's see if this builds. Oh, I need to add debug to CMake files. So let's put this here, I guess. Let's try that again. Hey Vietnam Mapper, how's it going? Oh. That's good. So this error is in AST. Yeah, I need to import. Let's try that again. Looks good to me so far. That does not look good to me. I forgot to import it again. What? Oh. Let's see. Nice debug info again. It's in everything. Did I like forget to extern something? No, that exists. Is debug info defined by LLVM anywhere? I think I would have found it by now if it was, so. Actually, let's check the docs. Uh-oh. How do I search within a URL again? Site. Struct. Okay, it doesn't exist, it looks like. Is it in here? No, okay. That was a very preliminary search, but I assume that this is just something we define ourselves. So what's going wrong here? Maybe I need to... Maybe I need to also put it here? No, it's already defined. Okay, that was it, I think. Fair enough. So let's commit this from LVM omnifile, I guess. So funnily enough, this thing, this task here, I moved to the end hoping to maybe avoid doing it, but it turns out I've ended up doing that, so I guess I can't really complain. So all that's really left is just to continue this debug info tutorial. So last time we we took out the optimizer from the file input compilation, so that it's easier to follow with the debugger. And then we sort of set up the skeleton for I guess this sort of skeleton for setting up debug stuff. So now we just need to like add stuff to that, if that makes sense. We've added like basic function info, but we still need to add source locations, and then we need to add variable info. So that is all that is left to do. And luckily, now that we have this nice debug info header, we can throw a bunch of stuff here instead. Oh, I see. Why is that the formatting for a struct? Oh, because I'm missing like private, public, I see. So it would be like this. Okay. Yeah, let's do that, so it's prettier. I'm starting to understand why my version of the style guide is not ideal. Okay, so we add a source location struct. Let's do that, and then source location, we have curloc, and then we have lexloc. Maybe we don't extend these for now. Let's keep them local and then see if we need them. Yeah, I like that idea a little bit better. Actually, we should move this down here, right? No, we should keep it up top. Let's do that. There we go. So just for my sanity, let's just do this. Okay, I understand why we don't do that then. There we go. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. That seems reasonable enough. Okay. So let's do that, and then okay. Let's do that, I guess. char come from? Get char comes from get char. What am I saying? Get char is the standard library function. So we get a character, and then if it's a new line, then we move up a line. Otherwise we just keep going on the line. I guess that's fair enough. And then we return the char. Okay. Okay, this seems straightforward enough. So if it's a new line or character versus our character. Interesting, okay. That's pretty funny. Okay, that seems roughly confusing as a matter of fact. But I guess that makes sense. Let's do that. So if it's one of those characters, then what do we want to do? We want to slope dot line. Move up a line and then we set the column to 0. Otherwise, we just advance the column. And then we return last char. Oh, this is not a void. Okay. Okay. So as we lex every token, we set our current lexical location to the assorted line. Oh, but then that means we need to swap out what get char is, actually. Because I did something different in the lexer, if I remember correctly. Get C. That's really annoying. I need to move that somewhere else then. How's it going? It's going alright, Koala. I'm just finishing up the tutorial for Kaleidoscope. So I'm actually gonna steal that and move that to the lexer. It's not. Okay, so that's a little bit less cleanup. But now I need to worry about it here. So those above get token, I guess. I think that's the least insane place to put it. debug header there. And then that means we need to extern those two. So presumably we'll need to steal curloc as well. Let's just throw this all in here. And then this needs to go below here. Let's actually just move this separately. That seems reasonable enough. And then we can make debug a global in here so that we can export. So let's put this here. Export debug true. I'll figure out the implications of that everywhere else. Wait. Okay, well we can take that out actually, and that solves everything. Okay. So we have that, and then where else do we have a debug const? We have something like that somewhere. Parser maybe? No. There we go. This is debug. And that looks fine. Yeah, that seems alright. Let's see. Okay, where was I before I got sidetracked by that thing? I was doing here. If debug is true, then we can bracket this mess. Let's format that, and then we're chilling. And then instead of get char, because we used our own thing here, get C. Yeah, I needed to make that change. Do I use get C anywhere else? No, I don't. So let's change this to get C from in stream. It's big S. That's why I'm messing up. And then I need to add this to the header real quick. Hi, you're using C, right? I'm using C++. So then we can put this here. Yeah. And this shouldn't be mad anymore. Okay, nice. Oh wait, am I tripping? Advance. Is this called anywhere here? No, it's not. Yeah, okay, so it is called here instead. Get C. Or get char. Yeah, it's only called there now. That makes reasonable sense. Okay. So then, yeah. So you've added functionality on how to keep track of the line and column of the source file. As we lex every token, we set the lexical location to the assorted line and column. Do this by overriding all the previous calls to get char, or for us, get C with our new advance. So that keeps track of information. And then we're adding to all of our AST classes a source location. It's gonna be a little bit ugly. And then yeah, that looks like it's passed down. That's really annoying. Okay, well, sure. Maybe in here first? Yeah. Oh boy, okay. We need to include debug here, it looks like. So this takes debug. Don't do the CPP way, why? We have expert AST, our destructor, cogen, get line, and we have get call, I guess. This is LVM. These are const as well. That makes sense. So now we have to implement this pile. We can throw this at the top, I think. So this is expert AST. Oh, I need to add the private field as well. initializer does not name a non-static data member or base class? Oh, okay, it fixed itself. Okay, so that's the constructor. Then we want get line. Actually, we can just steal all three of these. Oh, what am I doing? Because it's ugly, I'm writing my own compiler and using structs and just members, you need no destructors, etc, etc. I think that's fair, to each their own though. Part of the reason I'm doing this is also to get more familiar with C++, so I think it is kind of inevitable that I will have to get my hands a little bit dirty with object-oriented slush. But I don't think it's ugly is a particularly compelling reason to forego the learning of it, at least. Yeah, I agree it is extra complexity, but I think, at least from a educational perspective, I think it's something that I need to become more familiar with anyway. So I may as well get practice with it in, I guess, a less large code base than I would if I were to start from scratch in some other project, for instance. Or I guess start from scratch in an already established project, rather. Oh, right. Need to... That's not virtual. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Then how does this get passed down? Yeah, this is an example of why I feel like it's helpful for me to, I guess, start learning right now, because I don't yet understand how I guess how inherited classes I guess pass fields down. So I guess this is an instance where I can learn about it independently. So does this modify the constructor? It does not. Does it? No, it does. Oh, I see. It calls the parent constructor. Okay, sure. Ooh, okay. A lot of refactoring to do here. Okay, let's start here. Let's just find this, see what we eat. It's not that. What is happening here? Let's go to name a variable expiry here. So we just add that, I guess. And then I guess we just set that to a null pointer if we're not running this in debug. So we have to change this in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 places. It looks like. Or in 5 constructors, rather. Okay, I guess that roughly makes sense. Yeah, because we need to know where the variable lives. We need to know where the binary expression lives. We need to know where the call lives. I guess where the if lives and no loops. What? Okay, this seems a little bit arbitrary at a glance. I'm not really getting why these go in some places. What is the source location? So our current lexical location to the assorted line and column. So then, why does which one get? What? I don't get it. Let's ask ChatGPT. I'm sure it has. I don't think it'll have a good explanation, but I suppose it's worth a try. Also, because low-key, I could ask in the LVM Discord, but I'm kind of scared too. How deep you got? Not very deep. Like this is pretty much at depth for me for LLVM proper. And my backend knowledge is pretty weak, and my middle end knowledge is on its way, but still pretty weak. I'm still mostly at a textbook university level, but I've been I've been doing compiler research, so I at least have like some familiarity with some papers, but not too much at least. I guess this makes sense. Thank you. Hopefully I get to meet some people. There's gonna be a lot of people that I will eventually interact with, hopefully. A lot of people that are more knowledgeable, more able to explain things to me. Okay, well, sure. I guess we could just add the one for loops by hand as well. So we have it on variables, on binary expressions, call expressions, ifs, and prototype. I think we should add it to the for, at least. Maybe there's a concrete reason why it's not here. So I guess we'll start with these ones and then add that as an exercise maybe. Okay. Let's go down here. Let's add, we don't need to add a field. Fun fact, Cambodia had the least median age historically ever recorded. Ah, that's gruesome. Yeah, we can construct like this, I think. Actually no, we can just make one constructor. So we have variable expressions, we have it in binary expressions. Fun fact, funk fact, C++ uses vtables. Yes, that is true. That is why virtual calls have a little bit extra overhead, as a matter of fact. Call exper is next. Fun fact, there are no fun facts. All facts are painful. I think some facts could be fun. I think it's possible to have a true fun fact. Oh, but everything overrides dump. Painful fact. Painful fact, I have to override dump for everything. This is not fun. So let's just put this here. Let's make this override. Didn't think I'd ever find other compiler nerds on YouTube Live. Now you have. Do I need to override this for like literally everything? Oh, I do. Ah. Okay. You tell me that recursive tree traversal is not fun? It is passably fun. I would say that your following statement is false. Do you ever use modern C++ features ever? I've been looking more and more into them, but I haven't really gotten a chance to use too many of them at least. That's definitely on the bucket list though. If you have any recommendations for places I could, or I guess like common ones that I could use somewhat commonly, feel free to leave that in the chat, and I'll give that an attempt. What are some beginner quant companies? I don't know at all, I can't lie. I also don't really know what you mean by like beginner. Where am I? That has dump, that has dump. This is missing dump. Where did I go? Okay, looks like these have it. And then I need it here. And then need here. Need this here. I think. No, I don't need it for prototype, right? Right? Yeah. Okay, nice. Oh, wait, no, I need to... okay. But this is not an override. Do I need it for prototype? Doesn't look like it. You mean to start as a new grad? I think there's a big pile on some, whatchamacallit, on like those large GitHub repos that have a lot of job postings. I think that's probably the best place to look. Just got the Dragon book, didn't take compilers until your last semester, but was your favorite class? Yeah, I feel that. That's kind of how I started as well. I took the class and I was like, damn, this is kind of great. So I just and then I did research, and then here I am, filling in the gaps between the two, I guess. Distance. Yeah, I haven't seen those functions before, but I guess that's mostly because I haven't really iterated across maps very frequently. That's pretty neat. Rooting for you too. Can't stable, I'll connect later from my main account. Proud of you for working publicly like this. Takes a lot of guts. Thank you. That does mean a lot to me. Yeah, cheering for you as well. What is the story behind the name Golf Fund? In first grade, I thought I was good at golf, and I was in fact not very good at it. But I thought I was good. So it was Golf 1, and then I typoed a D onto the end, so here I am. You should try to use modern C++ features in your LeetCode. Good to know. I'll give it a shot. Do you know if LeetCode supports up to C++ 23? Or, because I tried using a range, and it failed at one point. Is there something that keeps you on Windows over OS X or Linux? Valorant. But my laptop runs Arch, so I've been using that at least. I think it does up to 20, that's fair. I think ranges were 23, right? Or view? Oh, this ranges is 20, okay. Oh, it does use 23, nice. Okay, well, yeah. perhaps I will give him a couple more tries in the future. Trying to be a web dev. What should I start with? Just any semblance of a tutorial. I'm a little bit out of depth in terms of web development, but I think at least any tutorial is a good place to start. And then from there, just whatever website you want to make, the world is your oyster. Okay, so we have this dump. So how many of these are there? There's one there, there's one here. I guess every AST node has one, it looks like. Or expression node has one. And then prototype doesn't have one, so that makes sense. Oh boy. So much to refactor. Yeah, I would also upvote Pablo's advice there. I think that's a pretty good pal to at least start with. Okay, so let's start refactoring. We're gonna split screen this, so it's easier to figure out what I need to mess with. Okay. Need to change number expr. We need to add. Yeah, so we got it here. This is not gonna be fun. I guess. When was C++ ever fun? Okay. What do we want this to vomit out? Dump. Oh, seems okay. That's simple enough, at least. That's fair enough. Next one is variable expr. We do the same thing. So let's go down to here. Actually, I can change that. Are just copying the docs basically? I'm going off of the tutorial for first language front end. So there is a lot of basically copying, but I'm making an effort to specifically not copy paste code and at least figure out what everything does. Although with this debug slush, I'm a little bit out of depth, just because I don't really understand Dwarf that well. What type is this? Source location. Its name. Actually, we pass that in first, right? Oh, expr AST. I forgot a comma. missing here? Val doesn't exist. What do we have? We have name. Oh. I hit lock. I tried to use the wrong keybinds. Whoops. So what is this one? It limits our unary opcode. Okay. Does binary do the same thing? Okay. Okay, I'm starting to get the hang of this. Actually, we can keep stealing this. Let's control F. Is there an error I need to fix here? Yes. I need to fix the constructor here. So this takes source, location. What is on my screen right now? I am refactoring my AST implementation to hold debug info. So specifically mapping each object to where it lives in the source code. But this process is quite slow, so yeah, that's how it goes. Changes to binary square AST. Wait, what do I vomit out here? Oh, okay. That's ugly. I don't like that at all. So we dump binary. And then vomit out op. Oh, I see. So this isn't the... Okay. So now we call it on left-hand side. And then we call it on right-hand side. And then return out. Okay. Let's do that, and then left. What do we have here? So we... What? Indent. What is this indent? Is this just LLVM provided? No, we have to make this. We have to make indent a thing. Ah. Let's do that here. You know you're an inspiration? In a good way or a bad way? You in uni? Yes, I am going into my 4th year. Is this Neovim? Yes, it is. Indent takes OStream and size. Oh no, funny string constructor. So this takes in stream reference, and then this is int size. So we pipe in the string. Pipe? Not pipe. What's the term for this? Arrow in, I guess. Takes in size and then space. Well, I'd like to stream doing some coding projects in C++ now, and maybe leetcode. That's good. I was inspired by one of my friends as well, so it's good to see that that's, I guess, getting passed down the chain. Do you learn Neovim while in uni? I learned it on my own, just over a summer, because it felt fun enough. Where was I working last on this? It's here. Let's do that. So we pipe in. This is rather enjoyable. It'll help work more focused. Yeah, I think this definitely is the biggest change in terms of like me being consistent with working on just like personal projects and taking the time to learn about things. Like while you were in school, registered as a student, yes. I learned the basic Vim motions like a year ago-ish, a year and a half ago maybe, roughly. If that's any reference at least. Okay, so we're stealing this. This takes, we need to dump, indent. This takes out and then int. Wow, this is messy. So indent, we give it LHS. That's it. And then int +1. That makes sense. And this is write, dump, and changes to RHS. Yeah, that looks about right. All I know is HJKL, I and escape. That's honestly that's mostly sufficient for a while. I don't really use the LSP binds yet because I haven't taken the time to learn them yet. But it's mostly like Control D and Control U to jump half page, and then ZZ to center. Those are the big navigation ones I use. And then like number HJKL is also really helpful for moving faster. What else do we need to change? We need to add this mess to unary expr. Unary expr AST unary. And then left and right don't exist anymore, so we have operand. Is that what's called here? Yeah. Yeah, okay, this makes sense. Oh wait, no, I don't need to specify further here. We can just do that. Oh no, we don't need an indent. Okay. Why don't we need an indent? We will find out shortly. In VS 2022, you can press F12. There should be a bind for that, but you need to have like LSP set up, which is language server protocol. There's like a whole bunch of reading with that, that I guess comes with that, but that also gets you a bunch of other stuff as well. So it's really worth checking out if you're serious into trying to get into NeoVim, or even if you're just trying it out. Like it feels like it's pretty much necessary to have a good experience in NeoVim. Call expr. They need to add source location loc. So we call the super. Any reason NeoVim over Doom Emacs? No, not really. I don't really have more of a concrete explanation or rationale. Which is really funny because I know of like, I think 2 or 3 people that have been very influential in my development as like someone who writes code, and all of them use Emacs, so it's kind of funny. This needs to go into call expr. What does this need? Oh no. So let's steal the usual boilerplate. Anything go in there? We take call and kali. Is there a space? There is a space. Yeah, I don't think binds are really a compelling argument. Like, especially since you can kind of do the same thing in like any editor. Yeah, I just found NeoVim at least enjoyable to work with, so I didn't really have a reason to switch from it. I switched from VS Code initially because it felt sluggish. Hey Africa, good to see you again. How good are you at LeetCode? I'm quite bad at it, I like to think. Like today's problem, I guess like the biggest hole in my knowledge is I haven't done a lot of backtracking problems. I should probably try and remedy that. Okay, so we loop over this. Dump, we pass it out, and then we need to indent it. Emacs is built in terminal and most of its key bindings are just control based. Yeah, that's true. That's not what kept me from it though, because I mean, like when I play Valorant, I had to keep my pinky on the control key anyway, and then like even just like working in Microsoft Office tools, there's a lot of control based stuff, so I don't think it's really that big of a deal, or at least as much of a big deal that people make it out to be. Is there anything I'm missing here? Doesn't look like it. Should I sub? You don't have noties on. Wait, I don't? Wait, that's quite important. Wait. it might be just a this might be a, or I guess, is there a place to set this? I feel like there should be a place, but at least when my friend streamed, I also didn't get notice from him, even though I have them enabled, so. Oh well, I guess I'll look into it more after the stream, but that's why I try to schedule my streams ahead of time, so at least you can get notified there. It's a little bit annoying, but it's at least something. We're similar, yeah. That's kind of how it be. Have you tried LeetCode 50, or what do you recommend? LeetCode 150 is, I think, more than sufficient. I used that for a while, and then I got lazy and I fell off, but yeah, I think just any sort of roadmap is fine as long as you like stick to it to some degree. I ended up just going through the blind 75 because it was, I was on a bit of a compressed timeline in my freshman year, and I was like panicking. I should probably work through more of the LeetCode 150, to be honest. What am I missing? I need to add the thing here. It's easier on Streamlabs? Interesting. Yeah, I don't particularly care enough about, I guess, setting it up for now, but I guess I could start a Discord server at some point if that's something that there's enough interest for. And then I'll probably have like a bot ping people there. That might be the least miserable way to set notifs. Okay, so we have this. I need to call it super. Damn, you're grinding in freshman year? Honestly, I started really, really late. I was quite, I didn't really pay too much attention to like career stuff until like my spring quarter, and then I was like, oh wait, I need to become employed eventually. So grind is like a relative term. It's talking about sub-widgets? I see. Yeah, the production isn't really too much on the stream end, at least. Sophomore, yeah, I mean, that's how it be sometimes. The good thing about CS is that there's like, it's never too late to start learning things. Like, it's really easy to think that like you're quote-unquote falling behind relative to other people, but as long as you understand that like you're on your own timeline, I think that helps, I guess, alleviate a lot of the misery. This is if, so this needs a thing. I was just cooked in math, yeah, I feel that. I've never claimed to be good at math at any point. I've claimed, as a matter of fact, that I'm quite bad at math, so I completely feel that. What expression was this? I just tried scrolling. I'm cooked. This is if. So we need to add if. Okay, here we are. Ooh, okay. What university do you attend? I mean, I guess it's public. It's public info. I go to Northwestern University. It's in Illinois. It's more known for business and econ than it is for CS, but it's on the up, I would say. You might have heard about it from a lot of the news on Trump's research cuts. Is it a good school? I'd say it's like, some people call it Ivy equivalent. I don't really follow too much or ascribe to that. I would say it like, it falls in, like, it's a school with a name, I guess. I'll leave you to be the one to judge. It isn't Ivy technically. I think it's like people usually compare it to like UChicago in Illinois. Although U of I is, I think, higher ranked in terms of like CS proper. And ironically, that's where LLVM was first developed, so unlucky me. Cond dump. In Canada, there isn't such things as bad schools. I'd go as far as to say, even in the US, it's a stretch to say bad schools. Oh no. What do I call this? T branch. Oh god. But yeah, I feel like with most schools, in terms of like the education proper, feel free to have like your own opinion on this. This isn't like authoritative or anything, but it feels a lot like at most schools, it's sort of like what you get out of it is what you put into it. So like I guess like the main value is just like connections and just like having the literal name on a resume, which while it is significant, I don't really think that's a good judge of whether a school is quote unquote good or not. Okay, so that's all the stuff for that. So we need we need for, we need var, and then we need function or prototype, one of the two. I forgot which one. Let's go after code gen here. We don't really have much of a concept for Ivy League schools per se, or top ranking schools like Toronto and Waterloo, but it's not like people really judge you. That makes sense. Yeah, I think that's fair. I think a lot of the elitism sort of just comes from like business and from, I guess, hyper competitive people and hyper competitive industries, and that kind of just like trickles down. Ivies are overpowered because they're quant firms and top tech companies hiring career fairs. That makes sense. I think that's like, I think that is the advantage that large schools have, which is just connections. But I don't think that necessarily makes a school better than another school. Syntax, yes, I'm currently trying to refactor my abstract, or I guess refactor my AST implementation to include debug info. But I'm quite bad at it. I'm quite bad at refactoring things in an efficient manner. So I'm just going down the code listing that the kaleidoscope tutorial has given. Oh, okay, I need to do this later, but let's get this done first. I guess I'll stream for longer than usual. I have the time, I have the energy. So then, this is var. Oh no, this is not var expert. This is for expert. can't lie, I don't want to type this out, so I'm going to break my rule and I'm going to copy here. But I do need to change these to fit the names that I gave things. Which is, I guess, just the lowercase. That is one thing as someone who wants to get into quant, it's probably impossible. It's definitely harder, but I think everything is just networking at the end of the day. And like, it will be harder to, break in, but it's definitely possible. Can I ask you some C++ language knowledge questions to test you a bit? Sure. I definitely don't know that much, but I suppose it's at least like good practice for me. Yeah, let's steal this line. This is var expert. This dump? Oh, it's just... This is getting very tedious to type out, but I will keep at it. Hey Max, I am refactoring my AST implementation to hold debug info. Okay, let's see. Let's see. I think I would assume they're both default initialized to 0 at least, but I'm not sure if scope would affect that. I wouldn't be surprised if like one of them was, I wouldn't be surprised if it just like, if it threw an error of some sort due to like not having something initialized though. So we dump that. This is gross. J is junk. I guess that makes sense, yeah. Fair enough. I see. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. I guess globals being default initialized as static makes sense. I forgot that it could just vomit out junk. Yeah, go for it. Oh, that's it. Okay. Var dot second. Ah, this sucks. This really sucks to implement. Out and What happens if you try to std move a const variable? I believe it silent fails, so it makes a copy, unless the operator is overridden. So we dump body now? Oh, yippee. Body, and then this takes n+1. Yeah, how's it going, Nocturnal? Good to see you around. Yeah, we love coding Jesus. He's the goat. And we return out. What does the double arrow operator do? This is like, I think it's generally referred to, I think it's like send to stream, in general. Let's see actually. I don't know how to describe it. It's not that. Yeah, stream insertion and instruction, but it's also used for like shift. What aspect of a signed int variable makes it more performant? I don't know off the top of my head. More performant than what, at least? Like compared to an unsigned? I don't crash out though. I spent almost half my day making code so the stepper motor can make constant rotations with the joystick. I need a damn driver for it. That's unlucky. I haven't written a driver for anything myself, but one of my friends has, and he has complained quite a bit about the process. Prototype AST. More performant than unsigned int? I don't know. I wonder if it's like the sign bit, something to do with, actually no, never mind. That would be the other way around in theory. Yeah, I don't know. Are you making your own language using LLVM? Sort of. I am currently following their first front-end tutorial, which is, yeah, it's implementing a language front-end for their kaleidoscope language, which is like this. What happens when a int goes out of range? I know, I think it's undefined if I remember correctly. Yeah, okay. Why can't it just fail? I think there's like some article somewhere that I read a while back explaining why like undefined behavior is good. I don't remember it well enough to regurgitate what it said though. Where was I? I finished var expert dump, so I need to dump one more thing, I believe. Yeah, I just need to dump function. Because unsigned int has defined behavior when it goes out of range, it rewraps. I see. That makes sense, yeah. It's just like there's just a little bit of overhead in that aspect. That's interesting, I didn't know that. This is function code gen, so we just need to steal this one. Indent, we call indent out ind function AST, we increment it, we do body, and okay. Good news, I finally got myself another gas canister, gotta figure out a different pulling mechanism, yeah, fair enough. I see, that makes sense. Do you think like the premium / paid version is worth it? Because that was something I was looking at, but the free resources felt like a pretty good start already. We call indent, we increment ind, out ind, and then this takes body, and then we dump it if it exists, otherwise it's null. That's fair enough. You should try practice problems. Yeah, I should. I might give that a crack in my free time. If your resources are good enough, no reason to go pay unless you run out of free questions. That makes sense. I suppose I'll get to that point first, and then we will go from there. Does indent take all the white space? Let me type this mess out first. Body exists, then we body dump. Let's just take out and end, and then otherwise out double arrow null. Yeah. Okay. So that's this whole mess. Yeah. So this is the indent function. It just returns the outstream with I guess size spaces inserted. What framework is this? Not really a framework, I guess. It's I guess the library. Library is probably the best description is LLVM. But this is just like straight C++. If you're asking framework in terms of like React framework, he does have a one-time lifetime purchase that he might be getting rid of soon. Interesting. Okay. Okay, I think we have all the dump done. Thank fuck. It's library to build compilers, yeah. That is like the essence of it. But it also enables a lot of other stuff, like static analysis tools like kalied, which is what's giving me all these nice error messages. So if I just do something, this diagnostic comes from kalied, which is also an LLVM based tool. How much of this can I get done today? Yeah, let's make this a 3-hour stream. Let's just extend it. I feel like I really want to get all of this done by the end of today. Okay. So we've gotten this mess done? This mess. So we have locations for each of our expressions and variables, except for the ones we didn't give them, because I don't know why. There was no explanation. I'm blurry. Okay, I guess I'm blurry now. To make sure that every instruction gets the proper source location information, we have to tell builder whenever at a new source location. We use a small helper function for this. I need to scroll this up. There we go. Okay, emit location. Let me fix my camera real quick. I see that it's blurry. Does that work? That does work. Nice. Okay. Emit location. Okay. So we have a scope. It's empty, then it's the compiler unit. Otherwise, it's the last scope on that. And then, okay, sure. Imagine explaining else ifs to a normal person? Yeah. Yeah. I've kind of given up on trying to I guess it's not that bad to explain if you just explain it as like a nested if. Or just like a bunch of sequential whatchamacallit, sequential conditions to check. I don't think if statements are that difficult to explain. Just like if the thing is true, then you do something. Otherwise, you do something else. So like there's that meme where it's like a wife tells her husband it was like buy two whatever units of milk at the grocery store. If there are eggs, buy 20. And then he comes back with 20 jugs of milk, and the wife is like, what? Oh, where does debug info live in? It is probably in debug. Yes, that is where it is. Okay. So what? We need to include more things. If is where the function is true, then that function will be true. But if is not true and else if will be true. Yeah, I think. Yeah, there's a lot of other ways to explain it. What? Unknown source location? Oh. Oh, I see what's happening. Okay, I just need to forward declare it. Yeah, let's do. Yeah, that should be fine. What coding language is this? C++. Yep. Okay, this diagnostic is stuck. That's not very ideal. Oh, okay, it's not, it's gone. Nice. real quick, a small thing that I guess would be good to explain. Why am I declaring expert AST here? So this comes from the file ast.h, but this also includes the debug.h file. So the problem is if I just include the ast.h file, I get a circular dependency. So the way I break that is just with just a declaration here, just telling it that expert AST exists. Is this even a for declaration? I guess it's just like an external, yeah. I explained that poorly, but I had to explain that to myself as well. Emit location, that's what I need to implement. This goes here. I'm trying to buy some pants I really like, but some goof on eBay selling. Yeah. Yeah, that's how eBay goes. How long does it take to learn C++ to start being comfortable to do projects? Just finished learning Python and Java. It's never too early, I think. Part of doing projects, I guess part of the purpose of doing projects in a certain language that you're not familiar with is also to get familiar with the language. And that's also like why I've been just diving headfirst into C++, even though I haven't had a lot of experience. Because like you can learn all the theory you want, but none of that's gonna teach you better than just getting your hands wet and diving straight in, I guess. The OR operator is harder, yeah. It's hard to explain like logical OR, and then like short circuiting on top of that. Because like if someone's like, do you want cookies or ice cream? You can't say yes and then get both. Usually when people ask you if you want A or B, you either get to have A or you get to have B, but you don't get to have both. Well, that would be a pretty funny world if that were possible. Okay, so if AST doesn't exist, we set current debug location to debug loc. That is okay. This is LVM. So part of this is figuring out literally where we are, and part of this is also getting the scope. So the scope stuff is managed by this, and then passed in here. Also this, I guess. And then this stuff is, and then also the null check is figuring out where we literally are. And you think both are necessary? I think that is also true, yeah. But it's also like, it would be misleading to say that like you need to know all the theory before you start working on something concrete. Debug info scope. What is lexical blocks? Oh, we define it after, you know. To represent. Okay, so this is which scope we were in. Let's throw this in at the top. So debug info scopes, pointer vector, lexical scopes. Oh, I can't spell. I can't type. There we go. I can't read. So if that is empty, then we set scope to the CU. Where did this come from again? CU. Where did this come from? Ah, debug info. What am I missing here? Oh, I see what I'm missing here. There we go. So if that's empty, then we set that to the compiler unit. Otherwise, equals bicycle blocks back. Let's make this a ternary operator. This looks ugly. Yeah, I guess like in terms of like the relation between theory and what is the opposite of theory? Practice, I guess. Theory and application, I guess. I guess theory informs application, but I guess they both inform each other. I guess that's the least roundabout way to go about it. Keep up the good work, thank you. Okay, so now we set debug location. Yeah, I guess application applied. That seems fair enough. Set current debug location. Yuck. So we get debug info location. Get. Oh boy. So scope. Get context. We get the line of the AST. Get call. And then scope. I think the articulation makes sense. I think that's pretty reasonable to say. Okay, so this, yeah, I read this already. We made this already. I don't know where either of these are supposed to go. This is very vague. Let's look this up. Let's go in the function code gen. There's so much of a mess here. This is not very helpful. So we have this at least. So we need to fix all the code gen now to actually set things up properly. Oh boy. So we call emit location at each of these, and then we can pass in the debug flag for that even. Okay, so then we can push back and pop back off of lexical blocks. Oh, this is in case debug info. Oh yeah, I guess that makes sense, huh? Ah, that's annoying. Okay, time to add to each of these cogens. As you can see, applied knowledge is knowing syntax / standard library APIs, and theory means knowing how it works under the hood. Yeah, I think that's fair. I also think there's a little bit of, I think the boundary is also not really like strictly that though. Because like, applied knowledge also includes just like, other things like a lot of design patterns, for instance. Like we all give them like fancy names, but they're also something that you can learn just through like experience, without learning like the formal name for it. And then an example of like theory that I guess like there is also some degree of theory that comes from just like knowing what exists at a high level. Yeah, debugging is another good example. I feel like it's more meaningful to, I guess like it's not even meaningful to distinguish them in like any concrete way, but if there were a way to distinguish it that were useful, it would probably be like just where you learn from. Like whether it comes from a formal source or if it just comes like in the course of learning things. How's it going, Frothy? Good to see you're still here. I don't want to do this right now. I should do this, but I don't want to. Yeah, it's on the long end of the stream. I just want to get this entire pile done. But at this rate, I don't think that's gonna happen. Okay. So if debug, then we do that. I feel like I'm gonna steal this. Is it that big? It's not really. Conceptually, it's pretty short, but there's just a lot of there's a lot of random refactoring that needs to be done, which is like fair enough, but like damn, you know. Oh, they put all the cogen in one place. That's really smart. was emit location again? I've already gotten lost. Oh, I see, it's this thing. Okay. Are you gonna add things on top of it when you're done? I might. Part of me wants to do like a CLI parser. That might be like a short thing if this runs over. But most likely not. I will probably get back to like my own personal projects rather than just like sitting in tutorials. Yeah, okay, this is fair. And then binary expert. We emit at the top. Yeah, okay, sure. Spatial reasoning is another version of applied knowledge. That makes sense, yeah. I guess if you were to put a hat on it, that would make sense. Okay, call expert. Nope, I lied. I have my other operators. Where does this go? I guess putting it as late as possible makes sense. Yeah, this seems fair enough. What other languages do we work with? I've written a whole lot of Python code. There's a surprising amount of like just random shell scripting I've done. But yeah, it's mostly just been like Python. I've written some React, but I try to avoid it as much as I can. I think the majority of like my practical experiences in Python though. So I'm trying to get more into C++. And I guess maybe I should write some more C as well. Do you use exceptions at all? I haven't had a reason to. I probably should, just to learn how they work, but I've used them in like Java, I guess. Have you done any bash stuff? Yes. I use them mostly for like runner scripts for things. Where am I? I did unary, I did binary. Okay, call expert. Okay, we're back on track. What version of C++ are you using? I'm compiling with 23, I believe, but I don't think I'm using any of the 23 features at least. In Java, you're forced to use them. I think to some degree you are, but there's like this whole thing of like, it's like caught versus uncaught exceptions, where some, depending on the function signature, like if you specify them in the function signature, you have to handle them in a try catch or whatever Java calls it. But if you don't, then like, you don't have to handle it. It's like kind of ridiculous. Yeah, incredible names. Bash script when I made my 2D OpenGL game framework. That's crazy. To make JSON and spreadsheets. Actually, yeah, that's so crazy. But that's like fair enough. I mostly use it to like automate like. I've used it for like various hacky compiler setups. Like in one of my previous streams, back before I implemented compiling to object files, I had like this script that would it would take the LLVM bitcode file, it would and then it would join like an entry point function onto it, and then it would just from there it would call clang to compile down to object and link. It was a little bit stupid, but yeah. I'm what they call a bash terrorist. So we have the code gen here. So this code gen is handled. We need if expert. We need a language server for this language? No, we don't. For better or for worse, no, we don't. Although I guess with all the stuff I've written, I think that's like half the work already anyway. Maybe that'll be a future project. I don't know. That seems a little bit masochistic for the time being, though. Also, stay hydrated. Reminder. If expert cogen, we do the thing again. Oh wait, oh wait, I like nothing interesting happened there. If expert, where am I? There I am. It's for expert. Yes, I have used Rust actually. Ironically, I think I've written more unsafe Rust than safe Rust. There's a whole research a whole research project that involved that. How do you understand all this? I cannot understand a single thing. A lot of it's just like having some baseline compiler theory. That gives a lot of context for everything that follows. You meant batch file? I mean, fair enough. Any advice for people who are just learning programming for the first time? I think the biggest thing is to not get bogged down in tutorials. It's really easy to just be stuck in following like some tutorial on like using Python, but it's important to go beyond that and like actually make things, because applied knowledge informs what theory you should learn, and as in like theory cannot sustain itself. So it's important just to make literally anything. Like when I was first starting to learn code, it was in like high school. I kind of just stuck to the tutorials and I didn't really get that far beyond that. But in college, I had this moment of like, oh crap, I need to make something because I need a resume. So I learned, I followed like a short HTML tutorial, and then I used that to write my first website. I think the repo is still public somewhere. It's quite a bad website, but it got the ball rolling, which is the big thing. Remake monkey type, that is definitely a project. I also like to find projects, just like any sort of utility that you would find interesting. Like, one of my first projects was like a, this is like a little bit embarrassing to share, but it's like a Counter-Strike investment tracker. And it was like a really bad website and it like didn't really work, but it definitely taught me a lot about like writing real code beyond just following a tutorial. Having taken a compiler class in undergrad, yes I have. It mostly covered the front end and the back end, which leaves a giant gap in my knowledge in terms of like the optimizer, which is why I want to learn more about LLVM. What is the name of the other compiler project? Which one? Which one are you referring to? That's like, apologies, my voice is dying a little bit. It has risen an octave across this stream. Compiler for some other language? I assume you mean like my personal project one. It's called, it's a C compiler, but it's very much work in progress. I've pretty much only written a front end for it so far. It's called Panic with 2 N's and 2 C's. It's one of my repos somewhere. Okay, so we emit location. Are you gonna use LLVM? I'm actually not going to. And the reason is because I want to sort of try and reinvent the structure from the ground up to the infrastructure from the ground up to some degree. I think it'll give me better context for what motivates the design choices in LLVM proper. Where am I? For Expert. Okay, I already did that. So next is var. Where am I? What's here? Are you gonna accept contributions? Most likely not. It's completely just like, the whole point of it is for my own learning. It's not really meant as like a functional thing. Maybe I'll like benchmark it against something. Maybe I'll like throw programs into Clang and GCC and then compare it and see what happens. I imagine that I could be more aggressive with the optimizations because I have to assume less things, at least. I just saw your GPA, how did you stay so locked in? It doesn't tell the whole story, because I started with an absolute shitter of a quarter. After my first quarter, my GPA was like a 3.1. So, it's just paying attention to class, being on the grind. But also GPA is fake, so like nobody cares. Subprogram. A what? I have code in this. GPA is fake? I guess I should elaborate. Like I think, at least in terms of like CS, I don't think a lot of companies care about it beyond just like a baseline level. It's not like med school or law or business where it matters substantially more. But like in CS, it's like as long as you have like a 3.0, you're fine for the most part. Maybe some companies are like you need a 3.5, but that's about it. Take care, buddy. You too. How do you take notes? Digital? Yeah, I use Notion. Funnily enough, I usually don't really take notes, which is a habit I've been trying to change, but I feel like just if I write anything down on paper, I think that gets the neurons connecting at least, and that's largely sufficient for me. But I also do just like completely review the entire class like before exams, so whether that's effective or not is a completely different question. I would not learn from me how to take notes. Thoughts on UML diagrams? They exist. I don't really enjoy them. I see when they're useful, and like they do look pretty sometimes, but like I think people either don't know what they are or they completely overblow their importance. Where am I? This is function code gen, so then wait, what? We have this. Where'd I go? here it is. So we have this already. We need to push it back. Okay. Push that into scope. And then we unset the location for the prologue emission. I see. Reading instructions with no location are considered part of the prologue. The debugger will run past them. I see. Set this to null quitter. Record function arguments and named values. Okay, we do that. Ah, this is so annoying. So much debug slush. It's pretty annoying to me. I think it's not necessarily bad or good. Something context dependent. Yeah, that makes sense. UML diagrams aren't really used in WebDev, considering it's all functional. Yeah, I think that's fair. Good to see you here, Aiden. Mic is quite low? Yeah, that makes, yeah. I could turn it up a little. I guess that, hopefully that's better. That's the reason to not learn object-oriented. That's fair, yeah. I think it, for what it's worth, I think it has value. At least in terms of like non-front-end applications. Oh, my fault. Okay. Alright, we're just gonna keep it at this and call it a day. Yeah, this mic has been struggling a little. Is this volume good? Blink is fine? Okay. Hey Janine, how's it going? Plug your IMs into your mic. It doesn't have a headphone jack, so yeah. Is adding debug info simple? Theoretically it's simple. It's pretty much just like, it's kind of like building another copy of, I guess another copy of the program with a different format concurrently. But the problem is there's just a lot of stuff to do. Yeah, which is why I've been here for 3 hours now. What was I gonna do? This thing. Yuck. So this gets that name. Debuilder. Oh. Create parameter variable. Have you considered doing your master's at some point? Yes, I am in fact going for my master's, starting I think this upcoming quarter, concurrently with my undergrad degree. Do you even compile your code and run it? I'm gonna get everything punched in first, and then we'll see what happens. If I have to debug anything, I might just push that to next time. Because I've been here for a year and a half now. Oh, this has a scope? Okay. What do we need to steal here? Subprogram. What's your minor? I am not minoring in anything. You're not scared? I'm quite scared this won't compile. But, I mean, it's just like any other debug process. Just keep tapping at it. Oh, wait. It's okay, I'm declaring this here. And then, do I need to take the scope? So I need arg. So I have arg, I have that. I need line number, and then I need unit. Do I need unit? Where does unit come from? Unit comes from here. Damn it. And then what else did I need to steal? Line number. We can do that. And then can get rid of this as well. First internship as well, is less impressive, Rogue. Thank you, but I feel like I just got lucky at the end of the day. If you went back in time, would you consider minoring in math or something else, or would you keep your coursework focused as is? There was a time where I actually wanted to go into law. Maybe in a different universe that would have happened, but it is not this universe, unfortunately. Okay, let's get this thing built. So this takes SP. We don't get name. Arg index. Oh, that's something else we need to add. You don't get lucky if you don't try, exactly. It's just the standard applying to things experience. A number, and then what could this possibly take? Get double tie. And then Lord knows what the rest of this is. This is true. True. I've heard some developers saying that a math degree is more valuable due to how many people know nothing. I think that's fair. It definitely depends a lot on what you want to go into, but math is cracked in the sense that like it kind of just teaches you how to learn and also how to think. D. Oh, this just keeps going. Oh, guys, I don't want to type this, guys. Guys, this sucks, guys. Create expression. This is definitely one of the tasks of all time. I can't say I anticipated doing this one today. Some physics major is probably smarter, and CS teaches you how to cheat. Yeah. That sounds roughly correct. Yes, I am doing a C++ tutorial. It's LLVM's first language front-end tutorial for the kaleidoscope language. This is what an example program looks like. Yeah. Okay, I need to do this. I'm just gonna paste that in. I'm going a little bit insane here. So you create the value, verify function, but before that we pop it off the back. Business teaches you ABCs and how to count to 10. Yeah, it also teaches you how to color in the lines with crayons very well. No shade. And you pop back. Yeah, the rest of this is pretty standard. Oh wait, do I have this in here? Oh, I don't have that here. Wait, that's quite important. Where does this live? Oh wait, that's built in. Because if this stuff fails for a binary operator, we've already added it to the precedence list for like operator precedence, so we need to get rid of that if it fails. That's the thing I forgot to implement last time. And of course we have to pop back here, because why don't we? Yeah, business majors have it so easy. Like, real talk, I'm sure they have their own different problems, but also CS is already so close to the bottom of the totem pole. I'll take what I can get. Okay. So we've gone through this pile now. I can't lie. Let's see if this builds. I really hope this builds. I don't want to have to deal with more of this. It's looking good so far. Will learning C first make learning C++ easier, or should I go straight into C++? I think learning C first helps a lot because there's just so much to learn at once if you're going straight into C++ if you haven't worked with like pointers / addresses. And like a lot of like the inconveniences in C, oh crap. A lot of the inconveniences motivate a lot of C++'s design choices. So, what do you think about Rust? I think it's great. Oh, I see what I did wrong. I like Rust because I think it takes an idea, and I think it implements it pretty well. Like if you want to write broken code, then like, or I guess quote unquote unsafe code, then like that's your imperative. But that's no fault of Rust. That's more of something to do with, I guess, your goals. Strosep says the opposite. Yeah, I mean, sure, fair enough. Okay, I think I know where this is going wrong. It's because I didn't change the constructors in here. Yeah. Actually, let's look in here. Have you read Beautiful C++? I have not. Linus hates C++, yeah. We need to steal that. And all of these, I think. Okay. Oh boy. Let's start with the number expert. Number expert is fine. Variable expert, we need to add litlock. Yeah, so here it is. What got you so interested in compilers? I took a class and I was like, this is quite cool. So then I got into research, and then that has kind of just led me here since. The thing that I found cool about compilers was just how many things they do and how much engineering goes into making them simultaneously efficient and maintainable. Like, the whole idea of like a 3-stage compiler blew my mind initially when I first learned about it. Litlock. I feel like learning C in assembly is kind of pointless if you're doing it for performance, due to the differences being so negligible. I'm not really sure. I don't have too much of an opinion on that. I think I feel like there are just a lot of applications where you do have to just learn C though, and then on top of that, understanding what's happening in assembly is pretty important. Compared to C++, I think sure. Although I think the biggest difference between the two is just the type of paradigm that it imposes on the programmer. Can you explain what that is? The idea is you have M source languages and you have N assembly languages. So instead of, so if you were to write a compiler for each combination of those, you would have to write M times N compilers total. One for each combination of source language and assembly language. The idea is to use a common middle-end language, which LLVM does with its LLVM IR. And the idea is then you can just write m different front ends and then n different back ends. So that's, instead of writing m times n compilers, you're pretty much writing m plus n compilers. And when I first thought about that, I was like, damn, that's really cool. And I guess that's kind of kept me going. Let's do that again. And then this is the last one. Right? Is it here? Wait, what? Ah, that's where it is. And then, where do I pull this? Parse expression rest, which is, what's it called here? Parse bin up right hand side. Okay. It just occurred to me that if I'm running this without debug stuff, this will cause issues, I think. Not because I'm setting it to a null pointer, but because I'm reading a null pointer. So here's how we're gonna remedy this. Equals curlock. How many of these are there? Yeah, there's only 3 of these. So let's change curloc to curloc if it exists, or no. If debug, then curloc, else null footer. I didn't. There we go. Uh-oh. What? You know what, we'll just do it as is. I think I'm overthinking this. So Eleven basically allows compiling C or C++ code to every architecture. There's a whole pile of them, but as long as there's a backend implemented. We looked at this a little bit with the compiling to object files. If you remember me trying to figure out what a target tribble is, each of these has a backend. So if I do, where was the thing? It's like this mess. Yeah, if I were to copy this, these are all flags, but yeah, these are all. Oh wait, no, this is all one target. Okay, well, wait, let's see. Want another language knowledge question? Yeah, go for it. And while I wait, I'm gonna look this up more thoroughly. Does this work? Yeah. So this is like a bunch of different targets that exist. I don't think this necessarily maps onto I don't think this maps perfectly onto like the quote-unquote end backends, but that's like an idea of it, yeah. Okay, let me read this. Is a shared pointer thread safe? I imagine that it's not thread safe, at least. Let me think about this a little bit more. I'm fairly sure the object doesn't gain thread safety. I think that's a minimum. I'm not sure if the reference count is thread safe or not. That's just I think that would just be a yes/no based on implementation. I feel like the C++, the answer most in the spirit of C++ would be not thread safe. So I'm gonna say neither is thread safe. What were people doing before this thing? They were just writing one compiler with unified front end and back end. So they were literally writing m times n compilers. Let's see if this builds. Reference count is thread safe? I see. That's fair enough. And then we call debug with, let's see. Actually, let's run this script I wrote. Kaleidoscope. Where is this from? Access to the same shared point object for multiple threads is safe only if the access is root only. I guess that roughly makes sense. However, different shared pointer instances that share ownership of the same object can be accessed from multiple threads without synchronization. I guess that makes sense, yeah, fair enough. That's quite interesting. That is just like raw knowledge, but that's kind of how it is. Where does this come from? Where could this be coming from? What kind of languages / projects use LLVM already? Clang is the biggest one. So like the C / C++ compiler. I guess that's the front end for it. Rust is also based on LLVM. Those are like the big ones. I think Swift's compiler also uses LLVM. I believe NVIDIA's CUDA compiler and VCC is also built on LLVM. Control block is thread safe, but the object isn't. Yeah, that's fair enough. That seems like a smart implementation. Swift is compiled? I believe it is, at least. What is going wrong here? We're just gonna throw this into chat real quick. Do I set debug to true? Yes, I do set it to true. Got here 1. Got here 2. Here 3. So you can target compatibles at NVIDIA, I assume? Yes. Apple is the dream, but we'll see how that goes. There's also a lot of companies that have just like proprietary software that depends on LLVM. I think Canonical has like a Rust compiler rule for some reason. What's going wrong here? Parse stream. Ever get into Metal? I have not yet. We got here, so it's in parse stream. Yeah, I have not, unfortunately. This is not going to tell me a lot, but we'll see what happens at least. Where could this be breaking? Good API compared to others, but it can only be used on Mac. Unlucky. Yeah, that makes sense. I might take it. I might take a look at it. So it's failing in AST or parse definition. let's delete these again. Where did that go? Here it is. It might be in parse prototype actually. Yeah, we love print debugging instead of actually stepping through a debugger. I forgot to make. Got here 1, got here 2. Okay, well... this is not helpful. Can you step debug in breakpoint in Vim? Yes, but I don't have the plugins for it installed. And I'm too lazy to deal with that right now. So we're gonna do it the hard way instead. Okay, so it has to be in here somewhere. I highly doubt it's in here. So I'd assume it's in parse expression. So I assume it's probably in here, huh? Okay. Should put one here just in case. Yeah, we're just gonna keep doing this, for better or for worse. Oh. Okay, so it has to be somewhere in here. Although this is not really helping me. Let's make this got here 1. And then we can do a little bit of counting. I can put on my little business major hat and count numbers. Okay, it ends in a 2, which means it has to be in here. How do you precompile headers in Vim? You just do stuff with the command line, pretty much, and then it like interfaces with whatever you've had. Kaleidoscope, null pointer. Okay, we're gonna do more of this. Bear with me here. Oh wait, that was already 2. Let me just look at the listing first. It would be this function. Press unary. To null pointer. It should theoretically be working. Let's put this here. Really appreciate your patience. Nah, it's a good time. I'm enjoying it. It keeps me a little bit sane. Oh. What? Wait, what? How is this? Oh, wait, I see. Why is it breaking here of all places? I'm just gonna cross-check. I'm starting to lose energy, I think. So it's all in AST, and then this thing. This is the only create function proper. Huh? So this would be here. F context. Name, string ref, unit, line number. Where is it undefined? I'm not really seeing what's happening, / what's going wrong. Oh. Wait, does the code listing disagree with this? Is that what's happening? Wait, the prototype signature is... Alright, this is the same. Oh, what? Wait, where does that come from? Or where does that go? Why do I need get line on this? Oh, that might be it. Take care, Africa. Thanks for tuning into the stream. Is this stuff I should have done yet? Looks like it is. Uh-oh. That might be it. We might have found it. Is this it? Oh, and then what? Hey. Yeah, I'll try and figure that out, but we'll have to see. Ah, okay, sure. That doesn't... So where does this come from? No scope being passed in here? That shouldn't ever be happening. Pushback. Oh, does this need to be wrapped in a debug? Is that it? But that shouldn't be affecting it, because this should be debug, yeah. Yeah, it's still borking. Let's get rid of these real quick, because this is not providing much information. I'm still not sure what the error is, or we're accessing a null scope somewhere. Those should be mutually exclusive. We'll just run this. We'll just throw this pile into chat, honestly. Oh, this function is chunky. Wait, what? Huh? I am not sure what's happening here. Let's get out of here. I would recommend this stream. Want to get into compiler stuff too? What's your syllabus like? I've just been following the tutorial that LLVM has for first language front end. I've taken one compiler course before. I'm reading a couple of books on the side. It's not this. What? Oh, wait a second. Wait. What's your overall background in CS stuff? I'm going into my 4th year. I think that's roughly it. I haven't done a lot of C++ stuff. I think there's one that's like, it's called like compiler design in ML or something like that. That might be a good place to start at least. GPT-5, yes. Debug setup. It's like, it's this one. I've heard really good things about this. I haven't gotten around to reading it, but I'd imagine that it's pretty good. It's pretty highly praised. Oh, wait, this setup stuff to initialize some globals needs to go above when I parse things when it's used. This should go here. This logic is wrong. Does it cover PyTorch internals? No. ML, I think, refers to modern languages. I forgot what language it specifically used, but it's like pretty generalizable. Yeah, okay, now it builds. Okay. That's the... Yeah. We figured it out. So before here, the logic was... was this. this debug setup thing needs to be called before I parse the stream. So then let's clean this up. Let's run this again. Okay, that runs. So then I don't know how to test if this generates debug info. Actually, I should just disassemble the yeah, let's do that. In the meantime, let's clean that up. Make and then let's run that. Okay, that's a good start. I don't see anything. What does it say for processing it? Yeah, it will definitely be an interesting situation. But yeah, I'm gonna debug this next time. I think I've stared at this for long enough in one sitting. It's been like 3 hours of like substantive code staring. So yeah, I'm gonna head out. If y'all are still here and sat through most of this, thank you so much for being here and your support. It really does mean a lot to me. Make sure you like the stream and sub to my channel if you haven't. That helps a lot with the algorithm. If you didn't like it, then dislike it, I guess, fair enough. My LinkedIn and my GitHub are in the description, so follow me / connect with me there. Longest time spent debugging one problem. I'm not sure. I think it was like a day or two, which I guess speaks to the small scale of the stuff I've worked on so far. But yeah, take care, all. Take it easy. Cheers.